posture check? We've just got it started. I haven't even started slouching yet. Ahoy! Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's Dee Dee. It's Diana. How's it going? Hi, Ranger. Hi, Mexin. Hi, Zod. Hi, Duna. How's everybody doing? Ooh, big stretch. Better sooner than later. Look, to be fair, part of the reason I'm late is because I've been trying to do yoga and stretching before stream starts. So look, I was late because I was taking care of myself, okay? Hydrate. I did not get water, but that's okay. I just had a smoothie, so I might be a little congested, phlegmy sounding for a bit, but technically that is hydration, so you know. Happy Sunday, everybody. And if you're in a region that has snow like me, they do that, yay! Okay, so I was asleep still when she sent it, but Iduna sent a video in my DMs of her just slowly zooming in on her window with the snow, and then the camera starts shaking violently. Like, yes. One of us is a summer lover, the other one is a winter lover. Together we are something, something, something. Excuse me. You're EP, Duna. That I can understand. I didn't realize it was gonna snow today. I saw that it was freezing. Like freezing temperatures, didn't realize. Quote unquote rain was expected. I feel this though. I'm still a little like discombobulated. I'm like, you're alive. You're supposed to be talking. What are you doing, girl? This is what happens when you wake up just 2 hours before a stream. What is life? What is thought? You two are very tired. Everyone's tired today. Let's all go back to sleep. Let's have a group napping stream. I have actually seen streams where VTubers are like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna nap. I'm just gonna sleep," and it's just their model with their eyes closed for 2 hours. I'm like, wow. Such easy content. It's like I got a stream. Don't know what to stream. Just sleep for 2 hours. Nailed it. There was at least one I saw that was a little more interesting. It was like, watch over my 3D printer while I sleep. And I'm like, that's one way to make it visually interesting. And watching a 3D printer do its thing can be very soothing and mesmerizing, but then I was like, well, what happens if the printer starts messing up? Chat's gonna be like, wake up, wake up, wake up, it's broken, I'm broken. And you're just gonna be like, I'm out to lunch. Because that does happen. It can be doing its job completely fine, and then suddenly it goes squirrely. And it's like, cool. All that plastic wasted. Great. Delightful. "3D printer's crazy. You can't use them to print actual weapons that fire. But God forbid you try to get it to print an anime sword in chunks. Half the time it loses its mind." How's my day? It's been good. Hard to say when, you know, I've been like honk snoo me most of it. That's fair, yeah. But at the same time, nothing to really complain about, so hey. We've still got the Ace Attorney hyperfixation. We were gonna play Pokemon today, but then I was like, man, I don't wanna... Sometimes I'm like, okay, is it that you don't want to stream today? Or is it that you don't want to play the game today? And sometimes it's like, yeah, I'm just not feeling the game. That's on the schedule. It's like, all right. The powers that be say you can change it. Can always do both. Oh, now that's getting crazy. But yes, technically true. We gotta see where it's going. We're like in the halfway point of this case or something. I need to... At some point, I kind of need to... Oh yeah, this is long. Like, I pull up walkthroughs to kind of check our progress post-stream. And like, yeah, we're in like middle part 2. And then after that, there's gonna be like, you know, an end part 1 and then an end part 2. I need to, at some point, I need to see how long the Miles Edgeworth investigation cases were in comparison to the original Ace Attorney cases. Because, I mean, there were some longer cases, especially the last one per game. But it didn't take, like, 15 hours to clear a single case. Fred Von Karma Apprentice's game. And yeah, I'm curious just to see the numbers, because maybe it just feels like these cases are longer because we don't have the courtroom segments. Because the other Ace Attorney games, you're bouncing around between, you know, different locations and also the courtroom. So even though there's like investigations, like an interrogation stuff that happens while investigating, there's no sort of change of pace, so to speak, because you're not going to court at any point. So I'm like, does it just feel longer? Because there's no sense of like segmentation. Like, it's more one seamless flow of a case versus the other Ace Attorney games where, because you're going in and out of court, it feels more segmented. Hard to say. I do kind of see why there's only been 2 Ace Attorney investigation games. They've been fun, But there's something that just feels odd about Ace Attorney without there being a courtroom, you know? But I'm glad they gave it a try, because, I mean, everyone loves Miles. And everyone really loved that case at the end of the third game, where you play as Miles for, like, a couple hours. So it made sense. It's just, you know, I think we all wanted some courtroom stuff. Some courtroom drama. But that's okay. Such is life. Alrighty. Another stretch. Oh, my back is cracking like popcorn. I did stretch this morning, but, you know, I guess all the knots out of my back haven't quite worked their way out. Ah, yes. The consequences of a sedentary lifestyle. Alrighty, hold on. Let's get the game going. Ta-da! Alrighty. You guys should have some audio based on my mixer, but obviously, let me know if something's gone squirrely. For now, to bring y'all up to speed if you missed yesterday, we're in the middle of investigating a case that happened 12 years ago that is, of course, tied up in our current situation. Because, you know, it's Ace Attorney. There's got to be some case that happened 12 years ago to throw a wrench into things. So the case was the kidnapping of the president of Shenfa. What's his name? Dijon Wan, I think? But in connection to that, a freelance reporter was murdered for witnessing the kidnapping. So specifically, we're investigating his murder to try and figure out who the kidnappers, question mark, plural, question mark, might be. As it turns out, this freelance journalist was the boyfriend of a victim in one of the other cases in this game. So it all connects together, right? That's the thing with the Ace Attorney games. Each case seems to stand on its own, and then come the last case of the game, it all funnels together. And that's why I said, oh yeah, in this game there's no such thing as coincidences. If they introduce a character even in passing, they're probably gonna show up at some point. Alrighty. So right now we're investigating the case using, in the first game they called it Little Thief. In the second game they changed it to Mr. Thief. I had my own little rant yesterday about how I thought Little Thief was the better name. Because Kay, refers to herself as the Yatagarasu as, like, modern-day Robin Hood. And so Little Thief makes more sense because of Little John from the Robin Hood stories being, like, Robin's right-hand man. But I digress. That's me being an old literature nerd. Alright, so yeah, we were in the middle of checking this stuff out. My voice started to leave me yesterday, so we wrapped up before finishing this section. Was this fan or official translation? Official. literally, we played the first game as part of the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. It's more so the time between translations, because the first Investigations game came out on the DS like 10 or more years ago, but the second game never had an official translation until this Ace Attorney Investigations collection happened. So it's more like because of the difference in time, they translated things differently. Like they translated Kei's Yatagarasu like chant differently as well. So it's just me splitting hairs, basically. The fan translation of this was excellent, though. That's what I heard. And I mean, I don't think the official translation of this one is bad. I'm just splitting hairs because I liked some stuff that the first game translated differently than this one. According to the case file, this yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Okay? Shame there aren't... Oh! Sorry, I just realized something. Because we determined Chairman Winner created the quote-unquote Taurosaurus footprints as a consequence of him trying to dig up like the stuff that he and Fifi Legal had buried 12 years ago. And she said, the letter said, oh yeah, should still be in front, right where we left it by the planter. The way these planters are set up, that explains the holes, basically. I mean, really? You could have just made a bigger circle, like a full circle, rather than like the weird middle section being intact. But also, it takes a lot of effort to break concrete and dig, so why dig up what you don't need to? So yeah, if you draw a line surrounding the planters, you get a hoof shape. It just hit me all of a sudden. Yeah, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family, Lilisae? A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Juan some lion lilies? This can't be a coincidence. I guess the lion lilies are used in some sort of code? Because they did ask her, it's like, why did you bring him flowers? And she's like, oh, I can't tell you guys that. I believe this particular cultivator is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. Okay. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Most people don't know Hana Kotoba, though. Like the language of flowers. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for Kay Faraday's Pop-Up Pop Quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options? Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a the. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Okay. Oh, this. There are burn marks on this pillar. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see, where was it again? Ah! Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. Jesus! They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Yeah! Starting fires with kerosene? Generally not recommended. Seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Maybe that was on purpose. Hey! This arch, we've seen it somewhere before, right? Wait, they kept the arch? When they made the Big Ben? Like, or not the Big Ben, the big building? Livelier than the guy licking ketchup on the ground? That's not ketchup! But this was supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? Seems the architect worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated! I think I heard that somewhere before. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something, for if it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Alright, what do we got to put together? So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters. Oh! That's right. I believe the footprints are located where our planters once stood. So, Chairman Winter was digging around the front of him? He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers that question. Oh, the letter? The piece of evidence shows why Chairman might have been digging in front of the planters. It is. The report on it. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagal sent to Chairman Winter. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Seems likely, doesn't it? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. Oh, I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was, which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. Why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? Something very important, clearly. Are those 2 connected? Nope. Was worth a shot. Ow. Alright, what else do we got? Oh, more footprints. These footprints go towards the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. Why is that beeping so loud? Not the sad Western music again. 3 planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Long? You're looking kind of melancholy. Yeah. Something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Your father and the president. President Wong changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. Yeah, being kidnapped will do that to you. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we'd been for all those years? My father was desperate to make amends. To get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry. There's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. Okay, mister. Whatever you say. Huh. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. The SS5 incident. That case ruined my father. And my family, too. People who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Oops. Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous. And it was accurate. He interviewed every single one of those kids. And he made sure they told him everything. Huh. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Alright. Shifu! I know it's rude of me to ask, but... can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you! For old time's sake? Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off! 1! Sorry, Shifu. It just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda... lonely. Fool? It shouldn't matter if there's only one of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off! 1! 1! 1! Is he? Crying? Oh no. help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intent at all. Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mama. Shut up! I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep. That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask that you understand that Judge Gavel, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. The trial. So things are finally settling down after her trial? It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsius Winter's connections to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. He's now jaded Yuki. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do, but then don't we all? Kay included. Huh? Got a feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him the next chance I get. And I am sure that chance will come. But for now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Okay. Fender's the last one we can talk to. Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here, Mouserino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? Sheesh. Roasted. For you, K-Meister? Or anything? Team Skull! Hello! I am so sorry for this. That is alright. What were Fiefs and the Chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all of this? Where indeed? I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Huh, not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. You did for about 3 sentences. Which is something of a record. Okay. Oh, no, wait. We can still talk to, How dare you, Scruffy? Don't you tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Redbird, you gotta help me out here, there. That's the the matter, Detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal? Something seemed off. Uh-oh. So, that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything! It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case. Sun sun daddy sun daddy sun sun. Boy howdy, is this ever scoop hole wounds gone green? Must be an outbreak of something. I've seen green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if even their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're going to get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edward. And I don't think we want to. My God. I didn't think they were that dumb, but apparently. Okay, we don't have anything new. Probably we gotta present some stuff to someone. What do we got in evidence now? Yes, the IS-7 incident. Lion Lilies. The fire. Gotta be missing something somewhere. Oh, there's still stuff with the body. Okay. Al Falldown, freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wong. Ugh, even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, isn't it? It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Huh? It looks like he's clutching something. Ah, so that's what we're missing. Oh yeah, they mentioned it in the files somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. Ripped off someone's coat. I imagine a button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? there we go. I think that's about all we can learn from this scene for now. Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure! Oh, the button is from the snowman. I see. Damn! There's Mr. Elf down in the middle of the planters. And there is the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on evidence all down provided. That's why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. What was this guy investigating again? It was something to do with the auctions. Because, you know, he ended up at this orphanage for a reason. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Legal. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. One of the residents take their kitty outside to play in the snow. Is the kitty into it? Or are we gonna have the tiniest Nope? He is living life. Oh! That's great. Rock on, little dude. Did? Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't exactly on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. Oh, God. The technicalities. Technically, they're on the sidewalk, so, you know, it's not private property, blah, 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 blah. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Hooray for technicalities! Detective Bussa got to find evidence on the scene. And then the prosecutor comes along and twists it for their own ends. Ah, yes. He hates prosecutors. I mean, fair. Can't really fault you for that one. Winner and Legalde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winner was working with the kidnapper? I mean, that would certainly motivate him to get everything suppressed. Your father was convinced that Legalde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. You sure you don't got some Papa bias there? He must have more to support his theory than just Mr. Alldown's message, surely. Yeah. He must have. I just don't know what it was. Was it exactly a case he liked talking about? Jilon's father, Da Long Long. Really feels like it's like a joke on Da Long Long. The Dragon Wolf. I was trying to remember what Long was. Because the son is Shi Long Long, which is lion, dragon wolf. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wan. Discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. All right. What do we got? The incident. February 10th, 1:15 a.m. Stopped by the body. I guess that means we're all down right. I thought we were gonna get new information, but nah. must scour everything. I must inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. That was another thing from the first game that I liked better. As for in terms of localization, it was funnier, but that's just me. Hey, that snowman. It's been through a lot. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And then Muffler was all wet and its little button eyes had fallen off. Ah yes, Muffler. God forbid we don't call it a scarf. Flashbacks to the first Ace Attorney game. Reasonably healthy. Edgeworth. Although, not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing. Yeah, Buddy took some fingers to the eye. Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. Deduce! Eureka! Eureka! The snowman is missing a certain something, what did you say? Yeah, his right eye! Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. Oh! The button Mr. Oakdown was holding. Did he crawl all the way to the side of the road? That's crazy. Yeah, why was he... Why did he have the button? Look at that! It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye... that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered in his blood. Which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. That snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. Oh, I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked. I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Okay. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at the prints again. Alright! I'll take us back to the scene where Mr. Alldown's body was found. Here we go again. But the footprints were definitely matched up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So, what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints? Well, they're the same size at 12, which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planter where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far, basically impossible. His name was Monkey D. Luffy. He was king of the pirates. He's made a rubber. How did that happen? Yo ho ho, take a butter. I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain they were actually the victim's shoes? Oh, I was just thinking, maybe they, switched shoes? Like if one of the kidnappers and Alldown had similar feet, they could have switched shoes. Perhaps we should take another look at them. Oh, they look a little too big. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little hard to tell. Especially on Twitch, probably, but it looks like there's a gap between the back of the shoe and the back of his heel. They match the footprints, but... Huh, these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. Huh? What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? We're going for it, the laces? Ah, there we go. I'm like, really? We notice the laces before the shoes start fitting? not actually all down shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. Nasty. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and then stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So, are the prints by his head his? Those the ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? They carried him, I'd imagine. That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then, where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? All right. I think his body was moved. How else do you explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'd better take a closer look. Do. Oh, missing brick! Look, there's a brick missing. Very conveniently just yanked it right out. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Brick. Missing brick. Connect. Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder. What did you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're their exact same shape and size. Okay. Most bricks are the same shape and size. Like, they could be different colors. But bricks come in standardized sizes, so, you know. There are bricks bigger and smaller than that one, but if everything else was using the same. artisan brick designed for murdering. Oh my god. It's solid, but also slight and easy to carry. So you can get enough power to bonk your victim. Right. The button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed, and what's more, if the murder took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Alldown would have seen them right away. Exactly. So here's a thought. Because where the brick was right by where the chairman was, and also the kidnapper. So the kidnapper could have bonked him on the head, but they had a gun, so why not just shoot him? I think Juan killed the journalist. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Alldown wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. How could he have just been chilling there, like... Yeah, no matter how you look at this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody who is president is in exactly the same spot. So... where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? Okay, reasonable assumption. How do you tell, though? I guess we'll see. Which one was it? Ah, goddammit, you are gonna make me pick. Alright, alright. So that's the case overview. Probably the photo? can we really be certain that the picture was taken by Mr. Alldown? Yeah, because it's the easiest to fake. Though that would mean the president was in on this. Because otherwise they would have needed to find a look-alike to pose. Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. I did not consider that, but I guess. Seems a little silly, but alright, whatever. What do I know? You would have had no choice but to comply. Huh, now that you mention it. They only recovered one picture from Mr. Alldown's camera, right? Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there. They replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Alldown was killed. No way. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Alldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Alldown thought he saw him being kidnapped? Good question. Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left a voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? Only place the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. At the entrance, right? They set the fire to get rid of the footprints. So the size 12s are probably President Juan's.
Take that!
That's where they really were? How do you figure that? Huh, do I need a reason? Oh, I got it wrong. I gotta be in the right general area. It's just the game is being finicky. Maybe here?
Take that!
Mr. Roldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the stimulation to reflect everything we've learned? Lisa, thank you. Sure. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which certainly would have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photo to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine this will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? I need to press T to talk with K. Ah, okay. And then select Switch Recreation. Okay. Hello. Oh, there we go. What is it? Switch Recreations. Oh, hey, see? When you talk to her, she calls it Little Thief still. Translators, you be sleeping at the wheel. You can't even be consistent. Okay, let's take another look. Alright, this stuff's new. Bloodstain? Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? But we just figured out that Mr. Aldown was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might have belonged to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Aldown's. It was 12 years ago. They don't have DNA testing. Oh, Chairman Winner. Never mind. The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. Also, Oh, what's her name? The granny, the coroner. Didn't she say she got coerced into falsifying something on behalf of Chairman Winner years ago? So it could have been this autopsy report. Then why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this is where the police would find Mr. Alldown's body. And he knew the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Does luminol even work on snow? Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point that it was undetectable. I think so. Yeah, like, it's solid, but it's water, right? I mean, I guess if it's just trying to detect blood, it would still react even if it was water, but, like... Oh, so this puts, a hilarious spin on the third Ace Attorney game where someone scooped up all of the blood-stained snow to dispose of it using the shovel. And they cleared out a big old area. Depending on where they dumped that snow, they would have found it anyway. Would have been a simple matter of replacing the official results with the doctored copy. Yeesh. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? This sucks! Wait, but it says Mr. Alldown's clothes were covered in blood too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alldown's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alldown was killed. I wonder... Because we know President Juan has been using body doubles and stuff quite a lot over the past few years. And they wouldn't let the president's old friends get anywhere near him after the kidnapping. So maybe they assassinated the president. A fake took their place to stage it as a kidnapping, and they got all the money. There's a few theories cooking. Doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Well, it was at all counts. Alright, we will sort out the contradiction in a second. I need to go to the bathroom, and also I'm gonna get something to drink while I get up, so I will be right back. Enjoy the crime-solving music in the meantime. Hold on. Meow. whoa, I'm back. Alrighty, one sec. Hello. Oop, there we go. Hang on, there we go. Ugh, big stretch. Alrighty. Onwards. So we gotta do some stuff.
Eureka!
Yeah, why is there blood when there was a fire? There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the blood stain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. Huh, we need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu! The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu! I'll go get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Shenfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen the scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Ah. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu! Well, oh well, oh well. What was there? Oh, and where the body was? I don't believe there was anything more to be found here. The body's where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kinda sad nobody being here anymore, huh? I don't know about that. But okay. No, Kay. Not even slightly. Now that the body has gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tuned comb one more time. Yes, sir! Understood, sir! Francisca, yes, they're originally from Asia. Because, you know, we're not in Japan. We're in California. The pond being painted or tiled, right? What's the bond between parent and child? I wonder if that was a pun on Oyakodon. Because Oyakodon is parent and child bowl. It refers to a dish of rice, chicken, and eggs. The only part where there's no snow, huh? Because of the fire, one of the kids said. I imagine the snow here melted as a result. Crazy kids. This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. I am sure there are worse. I am sure there are worse. First a fire, then a murder? Talk about going from bad to worse. The fire came first, but just because it caused the snow to melt. Oh, we haven't examined the new body. I was like, what are we missing? Because that scene with Lon felt pretty much like, oh yeah, you're supposed to go right into like this new discovery. But clearly we were missing stuff. So this is where Mr. Alldown really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the stage photograph. Over to the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact they go over there and come back. Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. Still missing something. Something. Logic? Oh my god. There we go. If Chairman Winter was involved in President Juan's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday, has something to do with the kidnapping. It was his bones. Oh, I get it. Yep. We do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? In a manner of speaking, I suppose. Not really the kind you'd like, but... He must have been digging up the ransom money. Imagine getting $10 million and then burying it for 12 years because you can't spend it? That's so stupid. What would the point even be? The ransom money? $100 million and an awful lot of cash. How much would that even weigh? $100 million in bills. Wait. Money weight calculator. What a wonderful invention. Alrighty. Oh God. We'll assume it's $20 bills. So, 100 million. There's 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, that's the wrong field. Okay, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would be 11,000 pounds in $20 bills? No way. No, that can't. It'd be 2,000 in $100 bills. Jesus. Okay, so they needed multiple people to carry this stuff. Jeez. And Chairman Winter supposedly put it all in a bag and took it himself? No way. Okay. $1 million in $100 bills weighs about 22 pounds. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $100 million would have a weight of about 1,000 kilograms. Yo! So that is indeed about 2,000 pounds. We've checked it twice. Bruh, how do you even carry all that?
Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. And they got a pickup truck to take it away. It certainly seems like a possibility. Hee hee, glad you agree. Did he dig up the ransom money? Investigation complete! There we go! Shifu! I'm back! I brought everything the police had on the fire. I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing, about time! What kept you, huh? We'll hang it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture. That's... Kane is Bonham Nahara, the assassin! Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. No one's gonna comment on the very obvious bald assassin with his bow pupper. Could be anyone. Could be anyone, honestly. Shifu, there's... There's more. What now? Look, I'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Could you stop being so impatient? This might actually be important, you nitwit. Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read it. Seems the boy who started it snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because of what he saw, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. Oh, but sadly not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? What's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Are missing one-horned Torosaurus plushie. I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case. But it looks like it might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wong's. Sorry. You've seen it before? Clearly he has. Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. The president likes soft toys. Noted. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see, it has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? Huh, you never know. The toy itself should still be on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu, the Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? Yes, it does. Fits perfectly. And any more recordings on there? Hi, Deejun. Sorry, President Wong. It's me, Amelie. I know it's been a while. I saw in the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end, I decided I had to.
Overruled.
Turn it off right now! Huh? What's going on into Judge Gavel? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fen. It has a nice ring to it. Don't you think? No! Sean Fen? So the kid was indeed adopted. Because her first name is not Emily. The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you can meet him if you like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Cavell?
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins, but we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided the best way to do that is for him to never know in the first place.
Oh, that's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy.
I guess Sean's mother must have recorded that message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Shenfa. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Sorry, Judge Cavell, but I have to ask. Emily, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Somebody was tailing her. I bet that's Chairman Winter's doing. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. He's 13 years old, so he would have had memories of his mother then. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on. I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh! That didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone, but also that you were alive and well. More than well. But It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Cavell was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. Those flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. The president gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might have finally been able to get to know him.
been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there the whole time. Can't it wait? They said something else from Shenfa. President Wan's will. What? President's will, huh? In the end, there were no more else to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Will of the One! Oh, God! What? This is, of course, is on a scroll, so they wouldn't have to redraw a reading animation. What is it, Agent Long? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly announcing Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that document is authentic? That President Wan wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS incident happened. Oh boy. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure. But I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Juan was a renowned world leader, and yet he chose to mention the... Oh, whoops, I clicked too fast. Hold on. A child nobody knew would have been sure to cause a stir, and yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but... The president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wan's son! And there it goes! Sean! Sean! Where's the one running after him? Really? Incredible. I mean, that would be a lot to take in. Also, why couldn't the family stay together, you know? Could have just married her. Sounded like there were still some lingering affections, but who knows? We're still in the middle of this dang case. Sean, he was my dad? It can't be easy, learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean, I get it! He was the president! He had a lot more to think about than just me! But he was right there in front of me, right there on the set! So why? Why did he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? Sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire never would have happened, and he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything! It's all my fault. Oh, kiddo. I even ruined your flowers. Sean. Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here. With me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Shenfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things for now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lam, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to know about what happened back then. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. Ah. Never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we really any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. Thanks for the footsteps beyond the grave, Papa! All the way to the bank. I mean the truth. Hold on, where? Apparently we're doing a cross-examination for this, alright. President went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. source story proves that he must have gone there to meet with Emily Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Alldown happened to see it. If, Alldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder. Just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage the photo to throw everyone off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? All right. But there's something I still don't understand. There is? This. Why risk staging the picture? And I think we may be closer to the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Alright, deduce away. Alright. What do we... Prove it. He must have gone there. That's... yeah. That's legit. Except he was kidnapped and Alldown happened to see it. That seems legit. If I'd been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body and the planters, and... okay, that's accurate. So this is... see, I think this is the only weird one. So do I press or present? What do we got? Oh, was it his? There we go.
Objection!
Like, yes, he was murdered, but that blood stain is not his, so there would have been another crime that happened, even if Alldown hadn't been there. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldan was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. Hey, Zexu! Four-leaf clover! Congratulations and welcome in! Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? Hey, it was a serial killing and a kidnapping. What a great night. I forget how many. I mean, I'm making a joke about it being a serial killing, but I think it has to be like 3 murders in separate incidents for it to be serial killing. I don't know the specifics. They mentioned it once in one of those crime shows. But whose? Who else was killed that night? Didn't quite get rid of everything. You have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. Ah, yes, the drawing, I imagine?
Take that!
Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. So yeah, the president got killed and there's just been a fake this whole time. That's gotta be it. Considering it's a picture of the president facing down a well-known assassin? Like, yikes. there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Long. Objection! Objection! Haikudo! I claim Larry guilty. You know what? That's fair. It's always Larry's fault. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden, along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him? Because he saw something he shouldn't have, that's why. He did? What was it? The murder, obviously. It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Taurosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? This mother fricker. Eastern robes and a black dog? That can only be Bonehim Tahada Canis, because there's no other assassin that dresses like a monk and has a dog. What? That creepy assassin guy. Yup, that creepy assassin guy. And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can only think of one thing. That's right, it wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. Had much more punny names overall. Some of them I did see. I prefer a lot of these. Because honestly, as funny as some of the pun names in Ace Attorney are, they can be really overdone sometimes, so it's nice to have a variety. I looked them up at some point because I remember fans of the fan translation being really pissed about Eustace's canon name. And Warden Legal and Chairman Winner were, yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was an actual assassination. And not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all.
Knuckle back!
Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? Body doubles! We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words. A tale of two presidents instead of a tale of two cities. Right. Which is completely impossible. It is not. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Chenfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Okay. That's why they couldn't, make it obvious that he had vanished into the ether. President Ajanan spoke of was a noble and capable leader. Oh, yeah. Bro has literally been holding his breath the whole time because he's actually, you know. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem like they were entirely two different people. I thought it was well known he was using body doubles, but I guess because of that, they assumed the real president was out there somewhere and not that someone has been impersonating him all these years. But how could one country have two presidents? Come on. What could explain a situation like that? This is how. One was a body double. One of them was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wan was a man of great power and influence in Shenfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years. Such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true. There were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Well, that's your problem. Not without proof. Do you have any proof that there was more than one president? Alright. What do we got? What do we got? guess, maybe? I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. Emily Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. Oh, that's right. With your father, Agent Lone. Oof, so he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of them. Ow! So the real president, that's the one who died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why and who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The evidence was the photo.
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So, who is the president in the stage photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe that the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. Jeez. And Excelsior's winner and Fifi Lagalde helped him do it. And then they got all that sweet, sweet ransom money.
Not so fast!
Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. That's... might be what they dug up, you know? Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection!
No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Oh, gosh. How do we prove it, though? I assume? The footprints?
Take that!
Oof, yeah, Chairman Winter dug something up late last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. Body's just been chilling down there. Great. well, without it being embalmed or anything. After 12 years, it would definitely just be bones, so... We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Oh, wait, you mean... That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. Well, that's crazy. And they were just about to build a new building over this plot of land. Unless they were gonna break ground and put in a basement, they would have gone away with it. Oh, hang on. Okay, I ordered, like, pet food and litter. And it's supposed to get delivered in, like, within the hour. So, if I suddenly go be right back and mute, that's what's up. Just an FYI. The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. The power of calcium. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Long, we need to have these so-called monster footprints analyzed. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should still be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics! It's Kagami! Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir! Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with undersides of a body having been buried. So it really was him? Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winter. Oh. Awkward. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. You don't even need to mention the physique then if the dental records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. Pretty messed up, sir. So as suspected, the real President Wong was killed 12 years ago. And the SS-5 kidnapping was, in fact, a homicide. Wow. So it really was a murder, huh? Gee, this case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Oh, and it's just getting started, my girl! There's still the mystery of what happened to the kid who witnessed all this stuff. Though I assume it was either Artie Frost or that other confectioner dude's son, because both those kids went missing, and only one of them resurfaced later on. But we don't know their names or anything else, so the fact we've never been introduced to any of that information about them means they're involved in this somehow. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. Head pat! Thank you for the head pat! Pato, pato, pato. And hydrate! Thanks for hydrate as well. 12 years ago, the real President Juan visited the orphanage. And posture check, the whole care package. His aim? To meet his infant son. 12 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. If Sean's 13, he would have been a baby, so yeah. The footprints were originally assumed to be that of Mr. Alldown. Said it was the big lion of a man. Well, good news for you, Sean. Kid's been so obsessed with drinking milk and growing tall because he's short. Based on your father, there's a very good chance that once puberty kicks in, you are going to shoot up like a rocket. This President Juan was a big, beefy of a man. But instead of being greeted by his child, he met with the assassin, voted him Hara Canis. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. You know, it sucks that he got assassinated, but at least he did suffer. Stretching for that silver lining there, Edgeworth. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Alldown's murder. He got murdered, but at least he had strong bones. So true. Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when the culprits, or so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed he was seeing the president's abduction. At which point... Hi! Oh, the body double had come to meet up with its co-conspirators. Ooh! So I was half right! I was theorizing that based on the president being right at that location in the photo, and that, you know, the kidnappers had a gun, so why not just shoot the journalist, right? I theorized that the president killed the journalist, and I guess I was technically right. It was the president's body double. Walked right up behind Mr. Alldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was planning to replace the president. Crazy! Absolutely banana cuckoo puffs. So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Alldown's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? The size 12s? Why not? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. Show the body double managed to move it. Well, even any footprints, the shoes.
Take that!
What if the president moved Mr. Alldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Alldown, boop, boop. He could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, of course, his would have been the same shape and size. Oh, that's crazy. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. It's very hard to do that absolutely perfectly. And depending on how deep the snow was, the prints would have been even deeper because of the extra weight. But yeah. So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it all out. Famous last words. Wait, but there's still one thing I don't get. There is? What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Alldown had seen the president at the orphanage. And left a message on Miss Renner's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. Ah, the power of answering machines. What about the old school ones with the actual tapes? You would have to actually break into someone's house to steal the tape out of the answering machine. Though back in the day, especially since kids would often get home from school before parents, some people did get away with skipping classes because the school would call the home and the kids would just erase the message on the answering machine. I think that's why they started calling the parents at work instead. But I definitely know some people who got away with it because of that. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true. By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to have been the body double and Fifi Legald. Makes sense? She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be sure of that? The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. And the body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Legald. And that explains how her so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. Just hands! It does, which means my father must have. He must have noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wong was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Shen Fa would have been plunged into chaos. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. Well, someone finally got the fake back for everything that happened. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago. But he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. For better or for worse, yes. Surely his family name was going to be ruined by letting him die too. Yeah, especially since, they fell for the trick where the body double stayed at the embassy and the real one went to the orphanage. Would have gotten roasted for not realizing he was talking to the fake. Even though, you know, a convincing body double is the whole point. But they would have roasted him for it anyway.
Is it indeed intriguing?
Huh? What? Who's there?
That sound, is that a bell?
Ah, yes, this guy and his alien-shaped bald head. I forgot about that. Guy looks like he should be a xenomorph. Also, yes, he sure did break out of prison. And now he's frickin' here with a bunch of cops and prosecutors. Yeah, that's real smart. What the heck are you doing here? We're the law. You think you can show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Ah, forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I suspect. You killed President Wong! I did. But it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, I should say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn for the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What? Wait. You know who they are? In a manner of speaking, what do you call them again? A secret mastermind? It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course! Red raincoat? The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he? Doesn't he, Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago. What a twist! As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wong. But that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. Damn! hire someone to assassinate the president and then you try to assassinate the assassin? That's bold. The imposter president, winner Legald, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't been my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So, it was the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if they were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times! Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there beating him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? Oh, dear God. There was a difference, of course. Even if he didn't look and sound exactly like him, because he was a coward. Just because it walks and talks like the president doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Oh, poor baby. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me, spoilers. He was not capable. Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's body double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Emily. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. They mentioned she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into their fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Warden Legald. Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? Big stretch. One makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same. He set a little fire that night out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right? A prank? Was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he had happened to see, Winner and Legald carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me. The only other person who knew what really happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. That is crazy. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. No way, so that's what the fire was for? It must have been ever so beautiful when our Legald were positively enchanted. More like freaking the frick out. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. He never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I him? Yes, yes, I do. Dun 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 dun. All right. Here we go again. Again, that's what I thought.
Hold it!
Again? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. Oh, so he was one of Artie or the other guy's kids then. That's long ago? But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that freezing to death was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk, and that cold? He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. Oh, so it was. 'Cause yeah, Artie got his son, if I'm remembering right, Artie... I don't know if they said that he, like, trapped his son and, like, the other guy's son so they couldn't interfere with the competition, but it makes sense that he, like, locked them up in the car or something. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found 2 young boys shivering and semi-conscious. 2? Yes. And had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me, or is there something significant? There is. The date. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of this? I am. I mean, of all the dates, people usually don't mix up holidays. Holy smokes! Hey, Fender! We almost forgot you were here. You haven't said anything in like 2 hours. You have something that shows why that date is so significant. Where is it? This one.
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! It's all connected! Hi, Jambola! It's Ace Attorney. Everything's always connected. Always. Always, always, always. Coincidences? Not in this game. An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Ertie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Ah, yes. That was his name. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. Convenient anime amnesia strikes again! No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of that experience caused them both to lose their memories. Someone might want to check the water in that country. Yeah, I mean, traumatic experiences can cause memory problems. But I don't think to that extent. Not that it gives you, like, freaking anime amnesia to the point you don't remember your name or anything. It's like, oh yeah. It's not like they were, well, I mean, could have been some oxygen deprivation, but yeah. That was the funny thing with Edgeworth's case, too. Oh, one sec. Food, the cat stuff delivers here, but I'm not sure if the guy actually got in the building. So give me 1 second while I sort this out. Hold on. I'll just kick you guys to be right back for now. Meow. Alright, there we go. Success. 1 sec. 1 sec. Alright, we back. We good. We good. Weren't even able to remember their names. From the cold. The cold. I mean, I know Iduna gets migraines from being out in the cold. I didn't know they could cause memory loss. That's crazy. That darn plot convenient anime amnesia. Wow. So they wouldn't have known that they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids? If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind explaining what happened next?
By all means.
The Puppet Eye. The hit new Disney movie, The Puppet Eye.
The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Legald? Winner and the president, I assume? Well, Warden Legald was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. She reaped what she sowed. Because he killed President Juan, but they very much needed the world to believe he was alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Legald and Chairman Winner, too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
Uh-oh.
I'll be on the orphanage on the evening of the night. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you can meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know who you are, President Wong. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him! And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said and shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you might have realized.
Terrifying.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not simply enough to have Canis's word on the matter. Of course! We have something that proves what he's telling us is the president said is true. The will. Well, everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information,
I was able to convince Warden Legal to do anything I asked. With this information at his disposal, he could have exposed the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it. President Juan was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Taurosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me. And that poor pup. Anyway, after all that, time to cross-examine him. But then I stopped hearing from them. I couldn't help but worry. I assume it was night. But we don't have anything that, like, contradicts it, so... It's not evidence.
Hold it!
So, you were able to continue communicating with him from prison. Because we already know, Knight and Canis did, correspondence chess. I was via post office box. What's that? K? You don't know what a post office box is? God, the kids these days. It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. What is the tele and telephone? Oh, God. Hi, Butter. The tele and telephone. Telegraph, isn't it? I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. This prison Buddhist monk looks cool? He does. The elongated head always throws me off. Because when you look at his, normal portrait, it doesn't seem like his head's elongated. But then you see him in profile and it's like, oh my god, you have an egghead. By Warden Legal, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Damn.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with?
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' just opponent was...
Mr. Knight?
Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
He found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all this S7 business? And eventually he became the bodyguard of the body double of the person he saw murdered that night. That is... nanners. Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight? Maybe. This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue somewhere? Well, the rain made me think it reminded me of Artie Frost's rain. Because they did mention that Gusto Carmelo's son has never been found, but Artie Frost's son eventually came to claim his inheritance. So I assume that would have included the ring. The rain, obviously. Ah, yes, Paul Halik. Indeed, that is Artie Frost's reign. Because Paul Halik was his, oh, what do they call it? It's not a stage name when you're an artist. Pseudonym? What about it, Mr. Edward? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. That design, that's Paul Halik's trademark mark. Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? Excuse me. And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid, and the kid was missing. So they never got handed back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. Wow.
he cared about his dad or not, considering, you know, his dad presumably locked them both up in that car. But then again, people can have really complicated relationships with their parents. Even when you know they're horrible people. You've known them all your life. So, we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead! How could he possibly be involved? Far out, so our only candidate for Genius Mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible! How can a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing. But then who else could it be? Okay. That's weird though, cause hang on. Yeah, there's no braille on that. Someone transcribed it.
Objection!
You said you wrote all your letters in braille, is that correct? I mean, blind people don't really have any other way to write letters other than braille, or if you're lucky enough to have a computer and you've seen a keyboard before, you might be lucky enough to touch type most of it. I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? Yeah, you have no pupils. We are familiar with how the blindness in anime works. God, it's kind of interesting how that stuff gets portrayed. The new character that just got released in Wuthering Waves is a blind swordsman. And it's interesting because, like, anytime he talks, he's not looking at, like, directly at the characters. Because he doesn't know where they are unless they say something, right? He's just, like, looking forward and, like, addressing the air while he's talking to everyone. And I was like, at first I was like, that's weird. And then I was like, yeah, well, I guess, you know, if he doesn't know, if he can't see, he doesn't really know to maintain eye contact and look at people when you're talking to them, right? So it makes sense he's just speaking in the general direction. How so exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis's letters out on purpose? Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them? it just hit me. Simeon. Because Simeon said he and Bronco were childhood friends. But if Knight grew up in the orphanage, then Simeon would have been from the orphanage too. What if he's Carmelo's kid? Oh, the plot thickens. So then, Mr. Canis said he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet... the letters received by Mr. Canis, Mr. Knight, contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille? They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives? And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Oh my god, Simeon's the bad guy! What a twist!
Not so fast!
Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? Look, it's complicated, okay? So who's this new one? Oh, we're in ad break. I'm gonna hold it here, because this is, you know, a really important thing. I don't want people to miss it, so hold on. Hold on! We back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's go. Let's go. Ta-da! Onwards! Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son. But who is he? Where is he? Well, as we've said, we know Bronco and Simeon were childhood friends, so you know. If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be. I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not. He's too meek. He's too nervous. There's no way he could just be a really good actor. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? You have to tell us. I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is...
Take that!
It has to be the person behind all of this. The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Rayner. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot! We're, doing a new show soon. I'd love for you to come, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Maximilian Galactica! I'll, be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? Who? Little old me? What kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder? Oh, you're right, Ruffle. Sharper ain't a gosh dang that. I captured the sound of the big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. I don't know how I managed to read that southern drawl line while doing a helium voice. Oh, sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind it all. It's all falling into place. window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep, snapped me a picture too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. Can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir! Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but, what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha! I'm on it! Clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
Eureka!
That's... See, I told y'all Torosaurus' own dang self. Huh, yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. You're saying some crazy stuff right now, Edgeworth. Monster! You're finally ready to admit it? That he's stayed real, the big bad bull himself?
Objection!
No. Because this isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. Oh, the balloon. The very big circus flyer? Oh! Wait, look. You see it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Oh, it's the I don't remember what it's called, but you know, you pull the gizmo, and it creates a flame that fills the hot air balloon with more hot air. Oh, come on. You're really gonna bring me to crashing the earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn the gas to make hot air? They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon. Carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. Absolutely insane. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, you're not serious. Forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all of this. Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him. And he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be... It's too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man?
Congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. You know, but now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Cadus, wait! Ah! That was genuine fear right there. I'm scared of big dogs. I don't know if I ever told you guys that. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you. Are you alright, Sean? Killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. Won't get away with it. I'll make him pay! Somehow. Some way.
Overruled.
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
Just put out the call, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way, too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now.
He said he had to practice for the show.
Which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask you, Agent Long. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next stop. A stop? The next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir! I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth! Me! Pick me! Pick me! Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. Saint really is our mastermind. We're going to need this person's help. Regina? Between our many encounters, I've never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all. To be continued. Oh, are we finally in the end segments? Latter! At last, we're towards the ending. Woohoo! But that will have to wait for next time. Alrighty.
Ta-da!
Very exciting. We're so close. Alright, schedule for this week has not been done up yet. I'll get it done soon. I think my Ace Attorney hyperfixation has been scratched. We will see. Maybe I'll actually stick to my schedule this week. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. For now, that's gonna be it for me. Let me find someone for us to raid. If y'all are in our Discord, boop. We've got our watch along at 7 p.m., so in about 2.5 hours. I'll have to check the episode count, but I think this is going to be our last Prince of Tennis batch of episodes. Because we were just planning to basically go to the end of the original anime and not cover, like, the OVAs. So I think we're pretty close. I will have to check the numbers, but I will see you guys then. Do-do-do-do-do. Who shall we go to? All right. Sure, Akemi Roses is playing Animal Crossing. That seems good. Let's do that. So there we go. We've already got Discord. Here is Raid. And if you're feeling fancy, here's some merch stuff. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me, folks. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat a good food, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye.